January 23rd at 6:01 p.m. I call this meeting of the Clear Creek Independent School District to order. Let the record show that a quorum of board members is present and that this meeting has been duly called and that its notice has been posted in accordance with Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code Chapter 551. And we have a quorum, so we will move on to item 3. The 2021-2022 Texas Academic Performance Report.
Great. Ms. Henley will be presenting that tonight, and the Texas Academic Performance Report was recently released, and access is currently available through the Texas Education Agency and our district website. Ms. Henley will provide a summary of this report as required by the Texas Education Code, so thank you.
Thank you for having me this evening. Yes, this is our Education Code required district annual report that includes our Texas Academic Performance Report, as well as some other data compiled throughout the 21-22 school year, as well as has been presented to the board various times, including financial information, as well as some other just House Bill 3 goals and things like that. So, as we get started, just as a reminder, there are actual 8 sections to this district annual report. The first section is the TAPR or TAPR, depending on your preference of pronunciation, but that's the Texas Academic Performance Report for the 21-22 school year. It includes our PEAMS Financial Standard Report, which is actually the 2020-21 actual data. Then we have our accreditation status, campus performance objectives, as well as a report on violent or criminal incidences, our student performance in post-secondary institutions, our progress toward our adopted House Bill 3 goals, and then just the glossary overall. And just as a footnote to this, right around the time that TAPR came out, our release on January 5th of the federal report cards was also released. That information campuses will provide within 90 days to their prospective parents. However, all that information is on our website. And it's the same information that you'll see in the TAPR or this district annual report presentation. So section 1 is that TAPR, which is compiled for every district and campus within that district. That includes the PEAMS, the Public Education Management System data, as well as our student assessment data, which is typically STAR. It is published as a PDF. Ours currently has around a little over 1,300 pages compiled all together. Includes, again, information on the performance of students in the district and then by campus, as well as the different student groups, including ethnicity and socioeconomic status, and then just a variety of information on school and district staff programs and student demographics. So for 2022, our accountability rating in section 1, that again is reported for the district as a whole and then for each campus, our current district rating is a B. We also report on the special education determination status. That's the only required reportment in the TAPR, and we meet requirement for that one. And then we have district distinctions and or campus distinctions, and that's reported based on the availability to get that distinction, whether they have that program or not, at each one of the campuses. So just kind of a graphical representation of our demographics. You'll see here, this is what's reported in the TAPR, as well as program participation from special ed, gifted and talented, emergent bilinguals, economically disadvantaged, our different bilingual ESL, and then at-risk populations. And again, this is the table information in the TAPR report presented graphically. STAR performance in the TAPR includes both school years, the 2021 STAR administration as well as the 2022 STAR administration, and it's information is given at each level for the approaches, meets, and master's grade level for each assessment for all grades and all subjects, and then all grades by subject. Academic growth is reported for the year 21 and 22. That's consecutive years, so a student had to have taken a STAR in 21 to have growth to 22. It's reported by grade and subject, and growth is calculated grades 4 through 8 to English 2, and then math grades 4 through 8 to Algebra 1. Our bilingual ESL as a second language includes STAR performance, kind of broken down by our emergent bilinguals and our ELs, and that's reported for the 21 in the 22 school year, as well as STAR participation for year 21 versus 22. CCISD typically runs a 99% STAR participation rate historically. There was the 2021 where it was optional for the virtual students, so we run a little bit lower. So just so we have a graphical representation of all of the numbers in that 1,300-page report, we broke out the all grades, all subjects reported for the CCISD state and region, and then by subject. This is the approaches standard. And the next slide is the meet standard. Again, that's all grades, all subjects, and then broken out into the 4, and then at the master's level. And to further just graphically represent some of the information that's also included in the taper in those 13 indicated groups, this is broken down for the approaches, meets, and masters. For the different ethnic groups you'll see at the bottom are the different categories, all the way up to economically disadvantaged, and currently in monitored EB students for the state, region, and the district at the approaches, meets, and masters level. That's for grade 3 reading. And then we did one for grade 3 math. So you have that comparison. Still included in section 1 of the TAPR report, we have attendance, graduation, and dropout rates. Remember, this is lag data, so it's going to be reported for the 1920 school year and the 2021 school year. And when we look at attendance rate, again, this is that 2020-21 attendance. We were 95.7 compared to the state and region. Our annual dropout rate for the 2020-21, grades 7th and 8th, you'll see CCISD compared to the state and region. Grades 7 and 8, grades 9 through 12, as well as our 4-year longitudinal rate for grades 9 through 12, and compared to the state and region. Section 1 also includes our college career military readiness indicators, as well as CCMR related indicators. They're a little bit different, and then other post-secondary indicators. Again, this is lag data, so we have 2019 to 20 and 2020 to 21 reported. We do not have military in this report as we were not able to get that information, or TEA was not able to get that information. So just kind of a breakdown, our graduates, our TSI graduates in both subjects, you're going to see a comparison of the state, the region to CCISD. You'll have AP, associate degrees, dual credit, industry-based certifications, completion of IEP workforce readiness. Total CCMR for CCISD is 64% in 2020-21. And then other college career indicators, these are the results of both subjects, the criteria for both subjects, as well as completion of college prep courses in English and math. Then you have your AP results, your SAT and ACT results, and your course completion for dual credit. You'll see overall comparison of state, region, and CCISD. That completed section 1. So we jump into section 2, which is our financial standards report. Again, this is 2020-2021 information that includes revenues, expenditures, tax rates, and fund balance that is in the big 1,300-page document. This is a brief snippet of it. 22 information, I believe, is going to the state in February. So we'll get that information later, and I'm sure Ms. Benzai's department will present that. So just kind of an overview, the last 4 years tax rate. You'll see a decrease in the tax rate. It has our general fund balance. Money is spent on instruction, our student enrollment, and average expenditure per student for the last 4 years. And then just an overall snapshot of the general fund information, comparison of the district percent spent on those categories versus the state percent spent on those categories. You'll see the district spends 63.78% on instruction. So section 3 is our district accreditation status. Typically, this is reported by the commissioner, and you have 4 options: accredited, warned, probation, or revoked. However, due to the COVID and due to the information, the challenges faced by the school, the commissioner made the decision to not assign accreditation statuses until this current school year. So next year we'll have an actual status. So right now we are not assigned an accreditation status for 21-22. Section 4, the campus performance objectives. These are our campus improvement plans. These tie into your superintendent targets. There's one for each one of the campus. They have periodic measures for us. We have the 3 cycles of growth, 3 cycles of measuring. We're looking for student growth. Those are in the PDF version of the TAPR, the district annual report. Section 5 is our report on violent or criminal incidents, which include felony and controlled alcohol, felony substances, those type of incidents. We report the number rate. For CCISD, we had 7 total reported for this 21-22 school year. In the actual report, those are masked because of FERPA. Student 6 is our performance in post-secondary institutions. TEA has not released the latest one of this. As of today, we checked again. So I still only have the 2018-19 information. They tell us that we'll have it sometime in January. So we will update this once that is. So you'll see this information is the same from last year's TAPR presentation, but we have 64.1% of our graduates enrolled in a Texas Institute of Higher Ed. And then out of that 64.1%, 61.1% of those did not need a remediation course. Section 7 is our adopted House Bill 3 goals. If you remember, these were the internally created and board approved goals that we created as a district to mark our improvement and experience and progress toward early childhood literacy, as well as mathematic proficiency plans, and then CCMR. And so just a snippet of this, our 2025 goal for CCMR was 66%. In 22, our goal was 62.7. So we gave these goals to the year 2025. 22 was 62.7%. Our result was 64, so our target was met. For childhood literacy, again, our long-term goal was 57%. Our 22 goal was 54%. We reached 59%, so our target was met in early childhood literacy. In early childhood math, we had 56%. Our goal for 2025, last year's was 53. We hit 49%. However, that's up from 37% in 2021. So we are making progress. And that's also broken down by each campus as well in the actual TAPR report. And next section 8 is our glossary. And that is both in English and Spanish, which kind of provides explanation on each one of these, how it's calculated, and how they distinguish what goes in each one. We do have district report links for the TAPR and the federal report cards on our website, as well as you can access it through TEA. And that is our district annual report.
And thank you, Ms. Henley, for that presentation. Since this is a public hearing, are there any members of the community who wish to make a comment about what was presented? See no comment, I'll open it up to the board.
Mr. President,
Mr. Bone?
the slide on here that I noticed where it seemed like we were lagging a little bit behind the state and the region was specifically the CCMR numbers. Could you, I guess, could we scroll back to that in the presentation?
Right here?
Yes. I guess I want to make sure I'm not misinterpreting these numbers. Where it says we are lower in approved industry-based certifications and dual course credit or dual credit course credits, is that because some students are receiving their CCMR credit through a different way and so they're not included in that category? Or are we genuinely behind the state and the region in those categories?
Yes, and. So they do get a CCMR credit from another source, and you only get once. But you can see that industry-based certification is an area of opportunity. Our certifications tend to be what is needed in our surrounding community, and not necessarily what the state designates for us to attempt to get.
Okay. I guess I'd be interested, and I know you can't provide this now because it's not really what's in the presentation, but maybe in a future Friday report, could we get some kind of view of how many students maybe are not included in any of these categories, but could be good candidates for industry-based certification, dual credit courses, things like that. Basically, I'm trying to get a sense for who we could raise up in one of these categories in order to exceed the state as much as we do in some of our other metrics.
Yes, we can work on pulling something.
Thanks.
Maybe not this next coming Friday, but we'll get
Right,
something.
but yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bowen. Anyone else?
Mr.
Mr.
President,
Sanchez.
I did have a question. On section 7, the targets show that we surpassed, I think it was
Yes.
right there, shows that we surpassed the goals that had been set not only for 2022, but even through 2025. Is there, it looks like in all of them except early childhood math, it looks like, right?
Not in season.
And so just wondering if there is an opportunity for us to adjust kind of those future goals, given where we already are, and what that process looks like.
That is definitely something, since it's board adopted goals, then my understanding would be that we could reevaluate that, make some recommendations, and then the board could approve.
Just, it probably is worth, I mean, if we're going to have a goal and a target, and if it's already been met, I think it just would be nice for us to reevaluate what helped us achieve what we did as quickly as we did, and see if that allows us to even surpass that further. Okay, I think that's all I had for now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez.
Sorry.
Did I?
Yes, we can reevaluate that. However, with the new accountability and the STAR redesign, we would need to take in all of that and how it is all being factored in and accounted, because it's going to look a little bit different. So just put that out there as well. Just a caveat, yes and.
Okay.
Yeah.
So possibly not, maybe what I hear you saying is maybe we wouldn't reset those targets until after we've seen what some of the new,
I would like to see how the state finalizes, because we will not have the finalized accountability system until after we take STAR. And probably won't get everything fully developed, scale scores, all of those until August, September of next year. So, yes and.
But we too can go back, and it looks like some of those House Bill 3 goals were early childhood and CCN. So we will go back and look at the House Bill 3 goals. Dr. Baird can follow up on that.
Yes, we
Thanks.
can. Sorry.
thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. Anyone else? All right. Thanks,
Thank
Ms.
you.
Allen. And it is 6:19. The board will now move to closed session as authorized by the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code Section 551.001, concerning purposes permitted by the act, including 551.071, consultation with attorney, 551.072, deliberation regarding real property, 551.074, deliberate the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignments, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public employee, or to hear a complaint or charge against an employee. And with that, the board will move into closed session. board back into open session. And we will start off with our Pledge of Allegiance, followed by the Texas Pledge.
Great, thank you. And I think we have some Girl Scouts that will be joining me. So Girl Scouts, y'all come on over. Here we go, great. We can stand right here. We're gonna look at the flags. All right. Okay, are y'all ready? Do we have someone that's gonna help lead us? Okay. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. On the Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible. And please remain standing for a moment of silence. You may be seated, except for y'all. Just a minute here. Let's see. Just for a minute, we are so grateful that we have, and let me get this right, girls. Okay, Troop 140128. Is that right? Troop 139153 and Troop 140031. Is that right? Well, wonderful. And we have represented elementary schools, Bowerslag, Brookwood. Who's from Bowerslag? Raise your hand. Okay. You know what? You want to turn around this way because your mom and dad might want to see this. Okay. Not that the board. Well, yes. Okay. Okay. So here we go. Bowerslag, raise your hand. All right. Brookwood. Woohoo. Ed White. Anybody from Ed White? North Point. Oh, good. Okay, Bayside. League City. Seabrook. Victory Lakes. And Westbrook. Okay, well, we have a lot of schools represented in these, with these Girl Scouts. We are so proud of what y'all are doing. And what core value would you say that you really learn in Girl Scouts? Is there a core value that stands out to you that you learn in Girl Scouts?
Caring, citizenship. I was also going to say citizenship. Responsibility. Kindness. Citizenship and responsibility, because I can't choose between them.
Okay, that's okay. Well, if that doesn't recommend scouting, nothing does. Core values for our Girl Scouts. We are so proud of what you're doing and so much appreciate you being in our schools and sharing your core values that you learned in Scouts with all of your classmates. So thank you very much for that. Yes, we have to get a picture. We're going to go right back there.
Everybody look right here. 2, 3. Thank you.
They have a special treat for board members, is that right? Okay. It is Board Appreciation Month. We'll talk about that in a minute, but I'm going to let you share your treats. We're getting board member requests for Girl Scout cookies. Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
There's probably no better board appreciation than Girl Scout cookies. Thank you, girls, so much. Thank you, thank you. All right. Well, the Clearbrook High School's marching band has had another exceptional season. We are incredibly proud of the band for qualifying for state the second year in a row. Come on up here, girls. Woo-hoo. Okay, this is an accomplishment that took a great deal of time and commitment by the students, their directors, and families who are here. We know that. Clearbrook High School finished 34th out of 246 marching bands. They also finished 5th place in area, which is what propelled them to qualify for state. And tonight we have our drum majors here with us, and I'm going to let them introduce themselves.
Izzy Bortolotti, Angela Lostenow, Ariella Kalili, Evelyn Cortez,
And our director.
Robert Beavers.
And Kyle Norman.
And we are so incredibly proud. We watched y'all send off before you went. We were out there, and Dr. Lopez, and just these students worked so hard. Mr. Goodman, come on up. Absolutely. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Everyone is a part of this. And really, I'm just maybe asking these drum majors, what would you say is maybe a secret, or what propelled you to this success?
I think getting to know the students. In my first week at camp, I made it my goal to learn everybody in the band's names, and I did. And it gives that extra boost and extra connection when you really know the people that you're leading, and it lets them trust you. It's something we learned at drum major camp. And I think it just created a better relationship throughout the entire band, so we had a shared goal for success.
Thank you. Somebody else?
I think it was just that knowing that we're all together as a team, and that like we all share the same goal and passion, that we want to create music and make it fun. And I think that just focusing on just having fun and putting on a great show that people would enjoy to watch is more important than just, like a placement or like whether you advance or not.
Yeah, I think the thing is that we all really love band, and so the fact that we all love this sport and that we all want to put our time and effort into it really made everyone really enjoy it so much that we all wanted to put the work in. And so it made the end result even that much better, because we all like worked hard to get here and we all loved doing it. And so it was just, like a really good time.
Yeah, we often spent more time with each other doing marching band stuff than we did at our own homes. And so it created like a really strong bond, and we all really trusted each other. So when we got on the field, it just clicked.
Well, a lot of the competitive success that we had on the marching field wouldn't have happened if we didn't start with amazing human beings in the first place. And one of the coolest things to hear, especially after a trip to San Antonio for state, from the charter drivers, from the hotel staff and management, from the chaperones and the parents that go with us, is that your kids did a really good job. They were amazing. And that, I think, was the most proud moment, aside from the competitive thing in the marching field. Leaving that was that our students are amazing.
So I was going to echo what Mr. Beaver said. This is actually my first year at Clearbrook High School, and I knew from the first day that I was there that this was a fantastic band. Their reputation preceded them, but more importantly than that, they are incredible, incredible people that live out their core values every single day, and it is just so evident they deserve every bit of success that they have and more because of the fabulous people and hard workers they are.
Core values, leadership, right there, passion.
Okay, right here, Betty. One more. Good, thank you.
Something for them? Do we have little medals? Oh, you already got it. Oh my gosh. Don't leave without the medal. Okay, thank y'all. So congratulations. Outstanding job. Congratulations. Mr. Beavers, yes. Right, okay. some more accolades and amazing students. 3 Clear Creek ISD intermediate and high school robotics teams competed against 72 other teams from across the U.S. in the Texas Best Robotics competition last month. This year's challenge was titled Made to Order, where students designed a robot that could assemble, interact, and operate with a specifically designed field robot. Our teams outshine the competition. Will the principals and sponsors also come forward? And we'll start. Congratulations to League City Intermediate RoboCats, who took home the 3rd place Best Award, 1st place for the Video Design Award, and 2nd place for the Drawing Award. Let's give them a hand.
Maybe 3.
All right, we're going to get a picture while we're setting up. Maybe one spokesman. What is the secret to your success? First person that raised their hand.
He's our presentation lead, so he's used to speaking.
And what was the question again? Sorry.
One thing that led to your success.
I believe that the secret to our success is overall just the teamwork between us and the way we break down the game. At the start of compared to other teams, at the start of the season, we sit down as a whole team and break down the game and allow anyone to input ideas on how we should break down the game and how we should play it. And then we all break up into separate groups, which are all available to input ideas into how we should build the different sections of the robot and how we should give presentations, the notebook, and every part of our challenge.
Excellent spokesperson. Thank you very much. Now we're going to take a picture. One big round of applause for them first.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Did everyone get a medal? Everyone get a picture. Okay, it's very important to capture this. So thank you all so much. Congratulations. All right, next up, Westbrook Intermediate's Wire team finished 4th overall in the field. They also took home 1st place in the website design, exhibit construction and design, and the creative design categories. Congratulations, Westbrook. This is a great problem to have. We're filling capacity in the facility. Come on, Dad, we're going to keep going just a little bit more. There we go. Tallest in the back. Come on. This way. Get the grown-ups in the back. Sponsors, principal, here we go.
Everybody squeeze in
Teacher.
super tight. Maybe
see.
If everybody could squeeze a little more and then look right at the. Okay, ready, right here, 1, 2, 3.
Right, and before you leave, one spokesperson can tell us the secret to your success. First person around, oh, you're getting nominated, my friend Danielle. Okay, that's okay. You get to pass the mic and pick somebody. There you go. You get to nominate. That's perfect.
Good to see you, sir.
Hello. Okay, I think the secret to our team is how we specialize into groups, and we act like an actual company that gets it's very big, and I think that's important because, yeah, it's just important. Yeah, that's really it.
All right, congratulations.
Ms. Garza, are you at Westbrook now? You're a mentor? Okay, cool. Awesome.
Congratulations.
Yeah, you too.
All right, and now our third group, the Jigsaw team, is made up of high school students from across CCISD. They came in first in the workmanship division, the notebook division, and the shirt division. Many members of the team are at another competition tonight and couldn't join us. So there is a lot of robotics going on. So we will ask our Jigsaw team members to come in. Thank you. Let's give them a hand.
Okay, ready. Thank you.
So ask everybody, one rep from your team, what is the secret to your success? There's always a nominee, right? There you go.
I believe the secret to our success was perseverance in the face of failure. Early on in the season, we faced a few struggles. I don't really have anyone else to back me up here, but and I believe that overcoming those struggles allowed our entire team to grow both as people and be able to cooperate better as a team. Thank you.
Our robotics programs are developing a lot of skills that are necessary for our students as they grow and mature and graduate. Thank you guys so much and congratulations. Thank you. Okay, so January is School Board Recognition Month in Texas. Although we hope our 7 trustees know that they're appreciated every day. Come on down, every day. We have some surprises for you tonight. And first, it's a video.
I'd like to thank our Board of Trustees. They spend countless hours every week preparing, learning, trying to better understand our district, going to events, going to community events. Our board is really the heartbeat of not only our district, but our community. And it has been a joy for me to work together with such a diverse group of people, from engineers to former educators in schools to business people, and seeing how they come together to make decisions that are best for students. One of my favorite sayings is, alone we can go fast, but together we go far. And our board truly is together and goes far for our children, and I'm so grateful.
Clear Creek Community Council of PTA really appreciates all the work that the CCISD School Board of Trustees does for the children. Thank you.
I would like to say thank you to the school board for all of your time, energy, and effort that you put into helping CCISD be one of the best districts to work for and to send our kids to.
Thank you to the Board of Trustees for all the volunteer hours you give to make things great here in Clear Creek for our students. I appreciate you going above and beyond to help create programs that help all of our kids. Thank you.
I'd like to thank the school board trustees for supporting and valuing the professional learning communities and personalized learning. As an instructional coach, it lets me support teachers and work alongside them to support student progress. So thank you.
Hi, I want to say thank you to all of our school board members. We appreciate all you do, all of the hard work, all of the hours you put in outside of your lives and the sacrifices that you make so that you can help all of our students, all of our children in our community be successful.
There's nothing more special than handmade gifts from our students, which is why we are thrilled to introduce you to some of our artists who have turned their personal work into greeting cards for you. Okay. Amy Klingon from Seabrook Intermediate. And do you want to stand over there? We're going to let her come in. Don't. Alexandra Costaneda from North Point. Ava Johnson from Bay Elementary, Danielle Trin from Clear Lake High School, Connor Parsons from Mossman Elementary, Ellie Martinez from Bay Elementary, Henry Thane from Bay Elementary, Hera Khan from Clear Lake High School, Isabella Zuluaga from Green Elementary, Leah Akers from Clear Lake High School, Maya Rayburn from Seabrook Intermediate, and Perla Mahmoud from Clear Lake Elementary. Piper Hardy from Whitcomb Elementary. Yes, you brought your gift. Selena Ye from League City Intermediate. Skylar Fletcher from Ward Elementary. And Vita Hayes from Clear Lake High School. And we are so excited to have these special gifts presented to you. Thank you for all you do, volunteer, and there's no better gift than from those that we serve, our children. Thank you for your service. Okay. Thank you so much.
Behind the students.
Get a picture here.
Make sure you can see me. Look right here. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. 2, 3.
And so I'm just going to ask, as we're kind of giving them this gift, can you tell us, anybody, what inspired you to do your greeting card? What was the inspiration behind your card? Would anyone like to share? Okay. Robonauts, you know. These are artists, you know, it's all, yeah, see, here we go. We have an artist that will share.
Somebody who inspired me to do all my lovely artwork is my family. What inspires you most to do art is the feelings that invokes when you do it. Mostly it's just trusting yourself and trusting the process as you create what you love and create what you feel. And that's what's loveliest of doing the art.
So the artwork that y'all received comes from feelings and the feelings of appreciation. Thank y'all so much for sharing your artwork with us and with them for the special gift. Thank you. Principals here, we have family here. Yes. Principals, y'all come up. Art teachers. Principals, art teachers, y'all come on up. Yes, yes, principals and art teachers, here we go. These art students have a large cheering section. That's wonderful.
Okay, everybody try to look right here real quick. Make sure you can see me. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Thank you all so much. Thank you for all you pour into these kids.
Yeah, it's like when you're driving down the road, the pickup and starts rolling out of the bed.
Sure. Do you like caramel glass?
And that is what makes it worthwhile, seeing our children thrive and the joy and excitement, and to see them recognized. Next, we will move to Dr. Engel with the district update.
Okay, and thank you, President Cunningham. Our vision is bright for our students, and you've seen that this evening. A team of board members, staff, parents, students, and community leaders spent a full day designing what learning should look like in 2030. The day started with a look at the profile of a CCISD learner in 2030. We know they need to be critical thinkers, connectors, collaborators, and confident. And I'm excited to see those traits demonstrated here this evening. I will bring an update to the board during our February board workshop on this important work. And I would also like to thank Trustee Sanchez for arranging this visioning work on site at NASA. It was an incredible day of tours, of mock-ups, Mars habitat, and a special ceremony celebrating the next space station crew and their trainers. The 88th legislative session is well underway. We are tracking 380 bills related to education, from school safety, parental involvement, and school funding. I'm pleased to share that Senator Middleton has been named to the Public Education Committee, and that we recently had the opportunity to show him all the wonderful things happening in Clear Creek ISD when we toured League City Elementary. And this is an incredibly busy season of student activities in which our community so graciously supports in time and treasure. Our annual FFA auction was held last week and closed out with a historic auction. More than $312,000 was raised within hours. Those funds go to students and to support the FFA growing program in Clear Creek ISD. I would like to thank J.T. Buford, our entire Career and Technology Education Department, and of course the students, parents, and sponsors who made this event a success. And focusing on student success was a theme this past Saturday when approximately 200 CCISD educators spent the morning learning strategies to help each child in the classroom. Thank you to Bay Area Alliance for Youth and Families for sponsoring the event, which allowed us to pay teachers for the time they spent with us on Saturday. I would also like to thank our student behavior team who designed a great day of learning for adults. And we are wrapping up our high school musical season with 5 schools performing on stage. I've seen 3 of the shows and look forward to the final 2 productions next week. These shows rival Broadway. I highly recommend attending, and I do want to mention that Clearbrook High School's musical Ladyship, which closed this past weekend, was the first high school performance for the award-winning play. The authors flew down to see it firsthand and shared that the set and performers were equally as impressive as the original performance. And as this week, also this week, Clear Creek ISD will be hosting our annual Science Fair Awards ceremony, and we are very thankful to all the community members who spent hours judging these projects. And that concludes our update.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Engel. And we will move to community input. Nope. Back up. We are going to move to our administrative report. I believe I saw Mr. Chad Tressler walk in.
Yes.
Come on down, Mr. Tressler.
Thank you, Mr. Tressler.
Where would you like us to speak from? Right here? Right there.
Perfect.
I'll try to keep this brief. Y'all have asked us here for a couple minutes. I'm Chad Tressler. I'm on the board of directors with the appraisal district. I brought with me our chief appraiser, his deputy, and the appraisal district's in-house attorney, who is saving us a bunch of money. To give y'all a brief status update on what to expect with appraisals this year, how it's going to impact the district, and I will let them talk and get to some numbers. For those who aren't aware, as a board of directors, we're only in charge of 2 things. And that's setting a budget and hiring the chief appraiser. So I will let the professionals handle the rest of the talk with y'all, and I will leave y'all some of my cards. I'm also a city councilman here in League City, so that's what the cards will be. But if you have any questions about the appraisal district, feel free to reach out to me. I'll put you in touch with somebody who's far smarter. Okay?
Thank you, Mr. Tressler.
Good evening, board. Thank you for having us. My name is Tommy Watson. I'm the chief appraiser. This is Crystal McKinney. She's the deputy chief appraiser. This is Nick Perez. It's our in-house attorney. I want to thank Mr. Tressler for setting this up. What we wanted to do is just give you a little information of where we're at. Our certified values for 2022, we're at $14,942,000,000. Where we're at today, and we're not even through with everything, that's just for Clear Creek ISD. Where we're at today is we're at $16,120,000,000. This is a property value study year, so it makes a whole lot of difference to everybody to make sure that our values are correct. Let me get to our budget just a little bit. As far as the values, Crystal's got some stuff that she will explain to you. Let me get to our budget. Our budget for 2023 went up $352,000. That is a 0.0485% increase. The national inflation rate is at 6.5%, just to let you know with the comparison there. As far as lawsuits, we had 209 filed in 22. 67 of those have been settled. There's 11 that are waiting to close, and there's 113 that are still active. And I'll let Crystal take over with what sales are doing as far as permits and stuff like that, where we're at today.
I did send over
complete presentation. I'd love for everybody to take a look at it if you get a chance. Can't fit that in 5 minutes, guys.
Right.
It's a whole overview of the appraisal district, what we do and why we do what we do. I encourage everybody to look that up if you have questions. I'm going to leave some cards too. Reach out to us because the more you guys know, the easier my job is. So sales information just for Clear Creek ISD in the Galveston County section is the median home value for 22 was $379,893. For 23, it's gone up to $419,268. It's around about a 9.39% increase. That's actually pretty good compared to where we've been the last few years. We've seen those real steep increases. This is more like a normal increase year over year. Sales volume has decreased. The number of sales in 22 were 1,609. In 23, we only had 1,632. That's 20.8% decrease in sales volume. So as those interest rates for home loans are going up, sales prices are kind of coming down a little bit. Still got a bit of an increase, but definitely the volume has dropped drastically. Single family homes, don't know if you guys, but I just thought this was some fun information. There are 30,470 single family homes in your district.
The Galveston portion.
Just the Galveston portion. We do field reviews and permits. So when you pull a permit on your home, we go out, we look at it, we pick up your pools, your porches, your decks. If you see us on your property, yes, we leave a card. Please don't run us off with the, we have right now 2,617 permits in our portion of your district. Of that, 348 of them are going to be new homes. So we're still building like crazy out here. We've got field reviews. Those are things we go and check every now and then for when you come in and protest, you tell us that there's something going on with your home. We'll flag it to come out and check it out for you. We have 233 in your district. We've completed 112 and there's 121 still pending. We should be done with the field reviews in March. Values will then be calculated and we'll be sending out notices like we do every year. Your lovely letter that you get from the appraisal district will be probably the first or second week of April. I'm trying to think if there's anything I can fit in the next couple minutes. Do you guys have any
Second week in
questions?
April and May, we will start hearings and take it from there.
I'll open it up to the board for any questions.
I'm sure there'll be more when notices go out.
Right. Seeing no questions, I just wanted to ask, would it be okay to put that report that you sent
Oh, I would love that.
on our website? Okay.
It's got a bunch of really good information in there. So
Good.
that'd be great.
Fantastic. Well, I wanted to thank you guys for coming down and explaining. We're in tax season, as they say, so a lot of us got our notices, and I know the community always has questions when it comes to, property values and how that factors in and things of that nature. So please, thank you for coming on down and sharing some insight with us.
Yes, sir.
Please don't hesitate to call, and if you need us to come back anytime.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Next, we'll move on to item 10, community input. The purpose of community input is for the entire board to receive feedback from citizens. The board will hear the public comments but will not respond except as authorized by the Texas Open Meetings Act to respond to an inquiry by a member of the public or by a board member with a statement of specific factual information, recitation of existing policy, or to deliberate a proposal to place a subject on the agenda for a subsequent meeting. Matters brought forth that require a response will be addressed by the superintendent as appropriate. All information received is subject to verification. Community input is scheduled for 30 minutes and has 2 forms. Those requesting to address the board in advance of the meeting are granted 3 minutes to address their topics, and those who sign up this evening prior to 6:30 are granted 1 minute. In a district our size, there will certainly be issues or topics which will understandably generate considerable interest from the public. It is important that members of our community be able to address the school board respectfully, without disruption, and without fear of intimidation from other attendees. On behalf of the board, the superintendent, and CCISD staff, we welcome your input during CCISD school board meetings. We request that everyone exhibit the respect and understanding each person rightfully deserves when addressing the school board during the public input portion of the meeting. And it looks like tonight we have 6 speakers. We will start off with Mr. Doug Peterson, followed by James Abbey. And Happy New Year, Mr. Peterson.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
Great to be here on national recognition of school boards and the work you do. We've passed out the certificates of appreciation from Harris County Commissioner Adrian Garcia, and I had a kind of a short statement I wanted to make. Good evening. I am Doug Peterson, Harris County Commissioner Adrian Garcia's representative for the Bay Area, Houston, and a proud parent of 3 daughters who went through CCISD schools to graduate from Clear Lake High School and went on to be teachers in the at-risk schools in Houston. They all did quite well at great universities and then returned and came here to teach. County Commissioner Adrian Garcia is honored to celebrate CCISD trustees for your dedication and commitment to our students and schools. He understands the challenges you face in this era and the importance you place on what's doing best for each and every child, every student. As volunteer school board members, you perform critical work. You're elected to guide CCISD planning, create budgets, and adopt policies, working closely with the superintendent Engel and the public. Your leadership and hard work are critical to the success of our students. As influential advocates for public education, you are responsible for communicating the needs of the school district to the public and the public's expectations to the district. You build the organizational structure and physical facilities that are the foundation of our education system. Strong school boards are essential to our nation's public education system. With your experience and expertise, you provide our local governance and oversight that helps CCISD best serve students, families, and local communities. Your collaborative work with educational professionals, parents, and community members helps CCISD students explore their talents and passions, where our schools, devoted teachers, and communities enable each student to achieve, contribute, and lead with integrity. For all these reasons, Commissioner Garcia urges all citizens to join him in recognizing your dedication and hard work to meet the needs of today's children and tomorrow's. As Superintendent Engel has said, alone we go fast, together we go far. Commissioner Garcia honors each of you with this Harris County Precinct 2 Certificate of Appreciation, acknowledging your unwavering leadership in public education and continuous service to students of our communities. Thank you. And you. Thank you. Y'all look right here real quick. Okay, ready? More. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all.
And thank you. Mr. James Abbey, followed by Ms. Michelle Kruger.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to address the board this evening. I'd like to address the situation that's occurred across the CCISD, particularly in the elementary schools. As I'm sure the board is aware that during COVID-19, we had the wonderful situation of children being taught at home and being forced into a situation where we all had to adapt to new technology and being able to adapt to having younger children learning at home, particularly the second, third, and fourth grade. Everyone did their best, and as we do, we do what we can to ensure that the children get the best education they can as parents. I'd like to bring up a situation which occurred last semester at one of the elementary schools. Last semester at one of the schools, a behaviorally challenged student was put into a classroom with other students. Unfortunately, during a period where there was a substitute in place, and the student acted out, and on occasion did strike some of the children. What's important here, I think, is that all children deserve a safe environment for them to learn, to explore, and to enjoy school, particularly after the experience of them being away from school and the issues that we have with mental health and socialization of the children of this age. What's important for me as a parent is understanding that the school takes these things seriously. I know that at least at this school, that the principals and the teachers have received some support, but not as much as they could. Special needs students do need what they are required, and putting them into classrooms with other children are actually somewhat detrimental because those children in those classes of second, third, and fourth are already behind, as you saw from the TAPR report today. What we need to do, as I expect as a CCISD school district, is that we put together the resources required for that across the school district and ensure that those students get the support that they need, particularly the special needs students, the ones that are behaviorally challenged. What we don't want to happen is what happened up in Virginia. Unfortunately, schools like was when we went to school, and it was unimaginable the things that could happen that happened today. Now it's more than expected, unfortunately. So I know that the school district takes this very serious. I know that mental health is a very important issue for the school district. I'd love to see some resources and investment put into support those people at the schools to ensure that they have those capabilities and that the children aren't left behind like no child should be left behind, particularly in those classes and grades. I appreciate this, having the opportunity to speak with you this evening, and I look forward to seeing what CCISD will do to support the resources needed to ensure that the students are taken care of. Thank you.
And thank you, Mr. Abbey. Ms. Michelle Kruger, followed by Ms. Ann Hammond.
Hi, it's me again. And it's the same reason I always come, right? Engineers in real life. We are doing it again in person. Dr. Engel has firsthand experience with this, being one of the people who helped launch it. We bring in engineers from all over the place, all kinds of engineers from all kinds of fields, and we open the doors up to K-12, any K-12. Fortunately, we've had so much support so that we can let students from other districts, people who don't have the accessibility that we have, or all of the engineers and wonderful access we have, to come in and see. So if you don't mind helping me promote this, I can absolutely use more engineers. And you can find me at info@engineersirl.org. I have the website, which is engineersirl.org. We've got pictures from some of the previous ones, video, a little blurb. We try to keep everything simple. My goal is to make it simple. We're not doing any complicated like lectures or anything like that. These kids, as have been mentioned before, have been talked at for a long time, whether it's video classes, whether it's TikTok and YouTube or whatever, they get talked at. The whole goal here is to have them have a conversation with the engineers, have them bring their toys out. I'm an engineer. I'm going to be bringing an exoskeleton that we use to help paraplegic people and stroke victims rehabilitate. We also are bringing brain stuff because we use brain-machine interface to drive those things. So we're going to bring toys to let the kids play with and show them, hey, there's a reason to catch up on your math, to catch up on your science. And even if you don't do it in school, we've got some programs because Jack and others have routes for you to get those engineering degrees. And I don't know if I did 3 minutes or not because that still says I don't have any time. But yeah. So, okay.
Ms. Kruger, before you go, and I know it wasn't last year, maybe a couple years ago.
Okay, so
the event.
Yeah, last year we did not do it. At the beginning of the school year, COVID was still iffy. 2021, we did it virtually, and quite honestly, it was as miserable as every virtual thing. I mean, it was still good. There was a lot of neat stuff that happened.
Right.
We did get one guy who's a nuclear engineer. He actually had radioactive waste that he actually showed the kids, but he's kind of quirky anyway. But it just didn't give the same impact. The impact we get is from that conversation, the back and forth. It was February of 2020 was the last time we did it. We had 160 engineers, and I never really count the students. I'm going to try to do better at counting how many people really show up. But yes, so we typically it's a large event. It is not a trivial, like small couple of people.
Fantastic.
Dr. Engel can tell you the very first one when she was like, where'd all these people come from? Anything?
Fantastic. Thank you.
But if you guys can help me get more engineers, that'd be really good. So, thank you.
Mr. Bowen?
And I apologize if I missed it. When is the event?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Thank you very much. February 25th. It's a Saturday from 9 a.m. to noon. And I want to also thank you, this district, for providing this space from Clear Lake High School. It's in the Commons at Clear Lake High School. And thank you so much for providing this for us and allowing us to have this event without having to raise funds or any of the other stuff. You allow us to focus on the engineers, focus on the students, and I do appreciate that. I'm going over 3 minutes now.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And we have Miss Ann Hammond, followed by Mr. Richard Lewis.
These were handed out to you earlier, so if you want to read along, or maybe you've already read it. I'm here to represent the Association of Former Board Trustees, Clear Creek ISD Chapter, School Board Recognition Month Resolution. Whereas the mission of the Clear Creek Independent School District, the visionary leader igniting learning for all, is to ensure each student achieves, contributes, and leads with integrity in a safe and nurturing environment distinguished by authentic relationships, service before self, in spirit of exploration. And whereas Clear Creek ISD School Board is committed to children and teachers, to the core assumption that all students can be successful learners, and to the belief that the best education is tailored to the individual. And whereas Clear Creek ISD School Board works closely with parents, educators, and other community members to achieve the educational aspirations we have for our students. And whereas Clear Creek ISD's board is responsible for ensuring the structure that provides a solid foundation for our public school system and is dedicated to the district's core values and promise to the community to achieve, contribute, and lead with integrity. And whereas Clear Creek's ISD school board is a strong, positive, and tireless advocate for public education by communicating the district's needs and enhancing the public's understanding of and appreciation for Clear Creek ISD. Now, therefore, the Association of Former School Board Trustees, CCISD Chapter, declares our appreciation of and support for the Clear Creek ISD Board of Trustees and celebrates January 2023 as School Board Recognition Month. We encourage all citizens to join us in recognizing the dedication and hard work of the Clear Creek ISD School Board and to work with the board to ensure CCISD's continued excellence in meeting our expectations for both today's and tomorrow's children. And this is from the Association of Former Board Trustees: Joanna Bailson, Ken Ballaker, Jennifer Brottle, Robert Davey, Dr. Laura DuPont, Dr. Glenn Friedman, Ann Hammond, Charles Pond, Paige Rander, D. Scott, and Winfred Weber. Thank you, and thank you for your service.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Richard Lewis, followed by Miss Rebecca Perkins.
Good evening. My name is Richard Lewis from the League City Historical Society, and tonight I'd like to talk to you about our one-room schoolhouse called the West Bay Common School Children's Museum. It's right down the street in the historic district where CCISD had its little green schoolhouse 120 years ago. We've been open for 30 years now and have well over 100,000 children go through that one room. Over all these years, our national award-winning Living History program has been using social and emotional learning techniques to demonstrate the stark differences in education from today and a century ago. Once you step through that door, you have stepped back in time. Your students actually do reading and writing and arithmetic in an authentic 1890s classroom. And this role-playing is what living history is all about. You actually experience history, not just listen to somebody talk about it. When a student asks the school marm on the way out the door, "Do we really have homework tonight?" you have reached into their mind and planted a seed. We have had 20 and 30-year-old parents bring their children back and say, "I sat right there." And this is the best field trip that we've ever been on. You know that you've reached into the mind of that many years ago and planted a seed. We can handle 2 to 3 classes per day as they rotate through our buildings using a hands-on learning approach to the 3 R's, a lunch lesson, an outhouse lesson, games and recess, as well as the life and times of the 1890s in Texas. 2 benefits to consider when choosing a field trip to our museum are safety and proximity. Your classes will be the only people at the museum the whole time you're there. And we're located right in the middle of your boundaries for a short bus trip. We would very much like to be the go-to field trip for your 3rd and 4th grade students to plant that seed in them. It just so happens that today, Clear Springs High School sent, and I'm going to show my age, sent 75 future teachers of America. It's not called that anymore, but that's what I think it is. And what they get is, at that more mature age, they pick up exactly the differences that education has changed over the years. And it's good for them. And I'd like to see all of the future teachers from all the high schools send their students to the classroom. So if you need to contact us, it's oneroomschoolhouse.org. Very simple. And thank you very much. Can I give you a rack card that will?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
And thank you, Mr. Lewis. And next, Mrs. Rebecca Perkins.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for allowing me to address you tonight. I'm a little nervous if my voice shakes. I apologize. My name is Rebecca Perkins, and I'm a mother of 3. My eldest is a senior at Clear Lake High School. My middle child is an 8th grader at Clear Lake Intermediate, and my youngest is a 2nd grader at Ward Elementary who has special needs. We are a military family who moved here in December of 2019, and we've come to love our neighborhood, our community, and our school so much that we've put in for our 2nd extension. Fingers crossed we'll find out in March if we're staying here for another 4 years. Full disclosure, I also work in the district as a reading interventionist, and I am a passionate volunteer in the gun violence prevention movement. The reason I am here tonight is to talk to you about the importance of educating parents about secure firearm storage. Look, I know no one likes talking about guns, but we need to get uncomfortable with the fact that firearms are the leading cause of death among children and teens in the United States. Approximately 4.6 million children live in a household with at least one gun that is kept loaded and unsecured. That's unacceptable. And unfortunately, many of these guns find their way onto our school campuses. However, across the country, lawmakers, community members, and local district leaders are working together to implement public awareness campaigns to encourage secure gun storage practices. Houston ISD, the state's largest district, is in its third year of sending home a safe gun storage acknowledgement form to be signed and returned by parents and guardians at the beginning of the year. This informs parents and guardians of Texas's child protection law, and I think this would be a great model for CCISD to follow. Pearland ISD added a gun safety page to the district website to help reach parents with this important information as well. In the email I received from Clear Lake High School regarding a handgun on campus last week, which, by the way, the school's response and law enforcement was wonderful. They did an excellent job, so thank you, because whatever you're implementing so far, it's working, because that we avoided a tragedy there. Anyway, what I think would have been an ideal time during that email was to remind parents the importance of secure storage. These kids are not buying these guns on their own. They're getting them from the adults in their lives and their communities. So educating parents on this issue will help keep our students safe at school. And lastly, I want to say something as a parent. You guys have been doing everything you can within your state parameters, budget, and legislation to keep our kids safe, and I can't imagine your job being an easy one. Our teachers who deal with so much on a day-to-day basis are doing everything they can to keep our children safe while wondering if they'll be the next Cynthia Tisdale or Glenda Ann Perkins who lost her life in Santa Fe, or recently Abby's Werner of Virginia, who was shot in her classroom by a 6-year-old child. It's time for parents of CCSD, parents like me, I'm a gun owner, to step up and do our part, and it starts with a simple request that we ask the adults that are purchasing these firearms to keep them locked up. It's that simple. Thank you.
And thank you, Ms. Perkins, for coming forward. I wanted to thank all of our speakers for taking the time to address the board tonight, and be able to speak and share your thoughts. And item 11, we're going to push to the end of our meeting, so the board will go back in closed session. So we'll move on to action items on our consent agenda.
And Mr. President,
Mr.
I'd
Bowen.
like to remove items 11 and 12.
Thank you, Mr. Bowen. 11 and 12. Anyone else?
Mr. President, I'd like to pull at 15.
Item 15. Ms. Checo.
I'd like to pull item number 8, please.
And thank you, Mr. Sanchez. Anyone else? Anyone else? I'm going to go ahead and pull item 10. And does anyone like to make a motion?
Mr. President,
Mr. Bowen?
I move adoption of the items on the consent agenda with the exception of items 8, 10, 11, 12, and 15.
Thank you, Mr. Bowen, for that motion. Do I have a second?
You have a second.
Thank you, Mr. Larson. Seeing no further comment, I'll call for a vote. Please raise your hand. And that passes unanimously, and we will go to Mr. Sanchez for item 8.
Yes, Mr. President. I wanted just to see if we could share with the community a little bit of additional background about item number 8 and what it is that we'll be voting on for additional adaptive playground equipment.
Good evening. I guess about 2 years ago, Special Services came to me and Paul and requested that we consider adding adaptive swings to the existing swing sets. So we spent a year or so looking at options of being able to do that. And we were encountered with a bunch of roadblocks. Basically, the playground company would not certify the existing swings if we were to add an adaptive next to a belt swing. So we would automatically lose a swing at each swing set. And then the wood mulch was also very hard from what the teachers are telling us to get the wheelchairs into it. So I started looking at options of possibly, and me and Paul talked about this, possibly adding a separate adaptive swing set system that met their needs, which included a rubber fall zone material that was easily accessible with a wheelchair. So I worked with the Superior Recreation team and got them to drop their prices down, and with some contractors for the concrete, because it has to be put in concrete. And we have been able to find existing funds to do 10 current playgrounds. And those are 10 where we have an immediate need for students to utilize the swings now. Then in the future, as kids in other school districts we need to build more, then we can in the future look at building more.
Thank you. You mentioned other school districts, but I think you meant other campuses, other elementary campuses. Within the school district. And then I think you had also shared that we had received some input from some students that were looking out for some of their friends, and they wanted to make sure that they had a similar opportunity on the playground. And I think it also speaks to our students across the district.
I received a bunch of letters, touching letters actually, from a fifth grade class in Mossman Elementary that had a student that or a couple of students that were in need of the swing set, and they voiced their concerns to me and drew me pictures, and it was kind of moving actually. So I actually wrote back to them and said I was going to do everything I could to try and make this happen. So that's the first one we're going to be doing.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Thanks for highlighting that, Mr. Sanchez.
I have one question. So with the 10 additional ones, how many campuses does that leave that would not have one? Are
So
those
there's
on,
20
is
there's
it one on each campus?
No, there's 27 elementary schools.
And so the 10 is one on each
10 right now,
campus?
10 right now, 10 campuses right now will have a swing set. There are some, and it's in the notes, there are some schools that don't have the program, and then there are some schools that don't have the need for it right now. So the 10 that we're going to do right now will be schools where we have an immediate need, where we have a current student that needs the swing set.
Thank you. Any further questions? Any comment? Mr. Sanchez?
Okay, Mr. President, I move that the board accept the recommendation of the superintendent to approve the increase in value with by board vendors Superior recreational products by an additional $350,000 for a total estimated annual expenditure of $600,000 expiring August 31st, 2023.
And
thank you.
A second.
Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Davis, for that second. Seeing no further comment, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, please raise your hand. And that passes unanimously. Next, I'll move on to item 10.
Good evening.
And I didn't really have too many questions. Number one, I just wanted to thank Mr. Campbell for the work that you've done, jumping in and kind of making yourself at home. And as I think I speak for all of us, when we go to events, when we, interact, visit various campuses, various functions, the SLOs are an integral part of our schools, the relationships that they have with our children, our students. A lot of students are able to confide in them, tell them things that they probably don't even share with their own parents. So it just pleases me that we're able to give the SLOs a raise. I wish it was more, because I don't think people understand the job that they do. But I just wanted to thank you on behalf of the SLOs. As you get around, if you could please share those sentiments with them.
Thank you for the kind words. I'll pass it on to the troops.
Appreciate that. And I'm trying to find it.
It's page 314.
314.
314. Bear with me, I'm getting there. And I will go ahead and make the motion. I move to approve the superintendent's recommendation to approve a contract value increase of $875,000 for the Galveston County Interlocal Governmental Agreement for the School Liaison Officer Program.
I'll say.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez.
And Mr. President, I also just wanted to see if Mr. Palazzi could also speak to this request being an adjustment that was made by Galveston County and something that we're doing in line with them to ensure that our SLOs are receiving the same increase in pay. And if you could just maybe just talk about the amount of time that it's been since the last increase, just to provide that background.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So we work in conjunction with Galveston County Sheriff's Office and the officers, if I'm not mistaken, not counting stipends or anything like that, they haven't received a raise in almost 5 years. And the Galveston County Sheriff's Office instituted a raise this year. What had happened was we do our budget in August, and they made a decision in October to do this. So we want to keep in line with our, line agreements that we have, and in addition to the raise and the insurance, the benefits increase, to stay in line with the Galveston County Sheriff's Office to take care of our officers.
Thank you.
And if I remember correctly, just want to clarify that 875 is spread over 3 years?
Yes, sir.
Correct. Okay. Any further questions? Seeing no further question or comment, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, please raise your hand. And that passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you for the kind words.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. And next, I'll turn it over to Mr. Bowen for items 11 and 12.
All right, and my question about these is kind of the same for both. So basically, I first want to make sure my interpretation of these is correct, that these policies exist in case there's ever a reduction in force among faculty in the district. And so right now we have criteria for decision. And the current order is qualifications, then performance, then extra duties, so duties that the superintendent believes are critical to the district and campus, professional background below that, and then seniority is number 5. And so these two policy changes would elevate seniority above extra duties and professional background. I guess, can you kind of explain the reasoning behind that that proposal?
Absolutely. So in HR, we certainly hope that we never have to go into a reduction in force for either and use policies DFFA or DFFB. But as we began examining these particular policies, we wanted it to be more in line with other practices that we have within our district. So we often have to use the excess policy where teachers may be moved from one campus to another. And within those, we definitely want to value the seniority of the employee. And so because that's such an important part of what we do within our systems on a year-to-year annual basis, it was something that we felt was important to not only first we honor their qualification. Number one, are they certified for the position that they would be moving into, their performance, so their effectiveness, and then ultimately the seniority, their length of service within the district. And then we also want to honor those extra duties and professional background. But we felt that the seniority, the length of their service in our district definitely deserved to be moved up in priority, and that's why we are making the recommendation.
Okay. And so the extra duties clause, that would only be, because the way it's written, it says duties that the superintendent at his or her discretion believes are critical to the district or campus. So that would only kick in if some of the employees who were being considered had duties in the first place that were considered critical.
Correct.
And so do we really want seniority to override what we consider our critical duties when it comes to placement and employment decisions?
In our experience, extra duties are things that teachers may receive a stipend for, so they might be sponsoring a journalism club or other things of that nature. And so for that reason, we do value it, but we felt that the seniority ultimately played a more important role in that, that decision.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think that answers my question. I just don't know that I agree with this move. It's and maybe I'm kind of getting into debating, and we need to have a motion. But I would say seniority should be a consideration, but extra duties and professional background, I mean, I would think would be more important, and current policy has that laid out. So I don't know. I mean, if there's something specific that is motivating this change that maybe I'm not seeing, I would be open to that, and I know we'll get another chance to discuss it and then vote on it. But as it stands right now, I'm not in support of this.
And I would just share, this is just a first reading, so this
Right.
is for information for the board for consideration. And if there is additional information that the board would like, we could certainly provide that to you in the interim before it's up for consideration for a second reading. So you can let Dr. Ingold know. We'd be happy to provide any information such as, how the excess process works.
Okay, thanks.
If forwarded, it will come up in February for second reading?
Yes, unless there's a decision that, it could go back to policy committee. If it's something that, needs to be discussed further, we could certainly take it back to the policy committee.
Okay. Was some of the language, was it TASB related perhaps, or?
No, this was just internal human resources looking at our practices and trying to align with what our practice is in the excess process. And I'll just say, what part of the discussion in policy committee that I think you
I was not able to be a part of.
Yes, that portion did address the fact that, when there were many other school districts in the state that were going through reductions in force back in early, like 2012, CCISD was able to avoid having to utilize these policies at all by being really strategic and taking advantage of attrition. And that would certainly be our preference in the future too, to not to freeze on new hires and take advantage of attrition, so that these policies wouldn't even need to be implemented.
Of course, and I totally agree with that. And I know through some of the reductions we've already had, we've been able to do that, and I don't see any reason why we wouldn't continue to. But I think just as a matter of what is in our policy, I think we need to value seniority, but I don't want that to be an overriding factor to actual critical needs of the district. And so, like, I always kind of want to be mindful about what our policies communicate about our priorities. And this is one where I don't know that I'm necessarily comfortable with this shift.
Oh, I wonder if we might be able to provide some information about what those extra duties are and if those could be reassigned to staff with more seniority. So I think there's some more information we could probably share.
Yeah, we'll get more information. We will, and we also have another policy committee prior to the February board meeting.
Yep. Yeah. Ms. Davis?
Have you found, looking at other school districts, their policy that this fits more, it more the norm of what other districts are doing?
We did. We had the opportunity to talk to other districts in our peer group. As I mentioned, it's something that we hope we never have to approach within CCISD, but if we do, we wanted to use their experience and what they had gone through. And this was part of some recommendations from this district that felt like, looking back, this particular critical decision structure would have been a district during those difficult times.
Right. My first response was, I think that's perfect. I think seniority should be number 3 when you're considering, who you have to lay off, last to arrive, first to go. But again, I don't know what those extra duties, if it has something to do with school security or something like that, that might trump length of service, but we'll get more clarification on that.
Typically, when we refer to extra duties, it's the things that teachers pick up, like extra
Coaching.
activities, so clubs and sponsorships.
Mhm.
We do offer those stipends, but typically, as Layla mentioned, those are also things that other teachers can take on if they want to sponsor teachers for journalism club, sponsor products, things of that nature.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for those questions. And I would, Mr. Bowen, some of those, questions, please bring those up in committee. And if you aren't able to make it, still forward those on so they can hopefully be addressed and then, emailed to you. With that being said, I'll ask for a motion. It's on,
Don't mind making the motion. That wasn't on that page.
it's on 317?
317.
I have 323.
I'm on the old.
317. First reading. Essential. Mr. President, I make a motion that
Thank
we
you, Mr.
accept the superintendent's recommendation to accept the first reading of DFFA local reduction in force financial exigency, recognizing that acceptance of the first reading does not constitute approval of the policy and that staff plans to bring to the board for consideration a second reading of a version of the proposed policy for approval.
And thank you for that motion, Ms. Davis. Thank you for that second, Mr. Sanchez. Any further comment? Seeing no further comment, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, please raise your hand. And all opposed? And the motion carries 5-2. And number 12?
Mr. President, I make a motion that we accept the superintendent's recommendation to accept the first reading of reduction in force of program change, recognizing that acceptance of the first reading does not constitute approval of the policy and that staff plans to bring to the board for consideration a second reading of a version of the proposed policy for approval.
And thank you, Ms. Davis, for that motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Ms. Cheka. Seeing no any additional comment? Seeing no further comment, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, please raise your hand. And all opposed. And that motion carries 5-2. And next we'll move to item 15. Ms. Cheka?
I know we've been talking about this a lot in policy, so just wanted to kind of communicate to the community members. So had some questions or just wanted to get some more further details on how long we've been working this and kind of what groups were involved.
Hi, good evening. Thanks so much for your question. So we've been working on versions of this and having conversations about this really since fall of 21. So a little over a year now, I guess, almost a year and a half. And we have been, obviously we were waiting on some TASB recommendations. And so although we had conversations about some potential changes to our EF policy, we were waiting for those recommendations from TASB, and TASB's recommendations are what we proceeded with to create our new local policy to replace EF.
And what groups were involved in those?
Okay. We've had lots of conversations with librarians. We've had conversations with our policy committee. We've had conversations internally with administrators and different groups like that at the campus level as well.
I'm good. I think that this definitely strengthens our current policy that we have, and I like that it is enforcing the age appropriateness of the books, but still making sure that we have something for everyone in our libraries.
Okay.
And I just wanted to thank committee as well as fellow board members that contributed to, helping work on this policy and, all the input that went into it. So thank you.
All right, Mr. President.
Ms. Jacob?
I'd like to make a recommendation.
Thank you.
To approve the superintendent's recommendation to accept the first reading of EFB Local Instructional Resources Library Materials, recognizing that acceptance of the first reading does not constitute approval of the policy and that staff plans to bring to the board for consideration a second reading of the version of the proposed policy for approval.
And thank you for that motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Mr. Cottrell. And any further comment? Seeing no further comment, I'll call for a motion, or I'm sorry, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, please raise your hand. And that motion carries 6.
Thank you.
Carries unanimously. Next, we'll move on to item B, the school calendar.
Okay, so Dr. Silva will come back up, yes. And as she's walking up, the calendar process began in September, and 3 calendar options were developed by the district Education Improvement Committee, the DEIC Subcommittee, Calendar Subcommittee, and were presented to CCISD staff for community input. And due to feedback and requests for options to end the school year in the month of May, additional calendar drafts were created, listening and responding to the input that we received, and they were shared for public voting. And so Dr. Silva will now present the input that we have in the calendar options.
Thanks, Dr. Engel. Well, I'm happy to share some recommendations and also the process today. So we'll start with the process. I know you are familiar with it, most of you, and but just to kind of recap, we do have a DEIC calendar subcommittee, and that committee is sort of charged with creating our initial drafts for the calendar. So there's lots of requirements that we sort of try to stay in our fences, 187-day teacher contract, for example, and other things like our 1-week spring break. We also review holy days as well as federal and local holidays. And then, of course, always we want to align our work with SanJack and COM so that our kids who are participating in dual credit courses, as well as all of our Czech students, can have a spring break. So that's the main thing is with those colleges is to align our spring break. So this year, we started the process in September, like Dr. Engel mentioned. We had a few meetings where our committee came together to create some drafts. We also had a regional meeting to align those college calendars in September. And at the December 8th DEIC meeting, these drafts were shared with DEIC. And then really immediately after that, the following day, we emailed out communication to begin the voting process as for the CIICs as well as the community and staff individual votes. So shortly after that, and prior to the Thanksgiving break, our online voting was paused because, like Dr. Engel mentioned, we did get some specific feedback regarding the desire to have some calendar options that ended the school year in May of 2024. So at that time, additional drafts were developed, and then voting was opened again right before the Thanksgiving week on November 15th with 4 draft options. And we'll take a look at those drafts in just a moment with 2 newly created ones that were that sort of met that need of ending the school year before the end of May in 2024. So we had voting for about a month, including our Thanksgiving break, and we concluded voting before we left for our winter break on December 16th. And then when we returned from the break in January, our DEIC reviewed the data for all of the CIIC as well as campus and community, individual staff and community vote. So here is a look at each of the drafts. I know they're tiny, and I know you have a bigger version in your background information, but essentially our draft A was one of the newly created ones, and it has our start date on the 22nd and has a little bit of a later winter break. So you'll see that that winter break is one of the things that varies in the calendars, ending on our first semester on December 21st. And then it does conclude our school year on May 31st for students, meeting that need of the request from the community. Calendar draft B is similar in start date, the 22nd, and similar in the winter break release, but it does have a few more holidays built in and moved our end date into June 4th. Draft C starts one day later. This is the only calendar that didn't have an August 22nd start date, but an August 23rd this time. And you'll see in calendar draft C, our winter break is an early one. So our last day would be December 15th. And then again, similar to B, there were a couple of additional holidays built in, which put our last day of school in June 4th. Calendar draft D is another one of the newly created ones, and our first day of school, the 22nd. This has an earlier winter break, ending our first semester December 15th, and then conclusion of the year on May 31st. So looking at those drafts, here's some summary data for you, and we'll dig deeper into this, but you can see that our draft A was very popular. There was lots of interest in draft B as well as some interest in draft D. So we're going to dive into each of those now. So you can see our CIIC voting. Really, the campus is pretty much all voted, except for a very small percentage, for calendar A or calendar B. And you might remember from past years, our CIIC campus voting is based on a weight of the enrollment. So our biggest high schools, like the high schools, are the ones that usually kind of shift this. So in this case, this year, we had 2 big comprehensive high schools vote for A and 3 vote for B. So that put B slightly ahead. But many of the smaller schools voted for both A and B. And then 1 voted for D. And so you see those were our most popular. Our community and staff voting really focused on calendar A and then on calendar D. So you see that our staff highest vote was for calendar A, and our community's highest vote was for calendar D. Right behind that, calendar A, so you see those are pretty close in the running, and then our total was for calendar A. So that's all I have to share. If y'all have questions, I may have answers, or I can find out answers.
Thank you, Dr. Silva. And I just wanted to make the comment that as we get out to events and things of that nature, talking with our community members about, their preferences and encouraging them to, be sure that they're taking the survey. Mm-hmm. And then also, I wanted to also raise the point, the slide, kind of the second or third slide that went through the criteria, mm-hmm. that the committee is tasked with, mm-hmm. kind of staying within those parameters. I wanted to let the community know that we also take into consideration our local districts as well. Absolutely. In terms of what they're doing, because a district our size, we have a lot of, parents that work within our district, or their kids may go here, but they work in a different district. So all of those things are taken into consideration you know, when the calendar's made. I also wanted to commend administration and staff for kind of pulling this back and, you know, being able to massage it a little bit and, you know, come out with the current calendar, approved calendar. So that's all I had. Anyone else? Any comments?
Seems to me both calendars A and D are very popular by very close margins. Can you tell me what the difference, because it looks like the beginning and start dates, or beginning and end dates are the same.
So, and if you want to pull your drafts out that are a little bit bigger, but the main difference between A and D, you're right, they have the same exact start date, and many other holidays are exactly the same, and they have the same end date. The biggest difference really is the winter break and the release for winter break. So on calendar draft A, you'll see that the last day of school is December 21st. On calendar A, which gives us a little more time in the first semester. Usually that's a very popular thing for our secondary teachers, which those that teach a one semester course. They like the farther we can go into December, the better, because it is, as you know, the spring semester is always a little bit longer than the fall. But the farther we go into December, that helps for those teachers and those students trying to complete semester-long coursework. For calendar D, there is the earlier release in December of December 15th. So that's really the biggest difference, which you know impacts when we come back in January. But you might also see in the far left column, our semesters are pretty lopsided, so that we can have our exams before the break, and we know the community and students and teachers alike like to finish the semester before we go on our break. But you can see that we get an additional 4 days in calendar draft A, which I think makes an impact for a lot of, especially the secondary students and moms and dads maybe, and teachers. So that's really the biggest difference.
I know.
Thank you.
I know that 3 weekend, you know, Christmas break is pretty popular. Pretty popular.
And I will say that, you know, commend the committee, because you could have a little more balance, but capturing those 3 weekends is really something that the families appreciate in the community. It makes a longer opportunity for travel and whatever they need to do.
And Ms. Cheka?
Yeah, I appreciate this because I know you guys are tasked with a really hard job. I know that no matter what we vote on tonight, not everyone's going to be happy. I think it's great. I'm torn A and D with the different starts for Christmas. I think it might be a little more difficult for families who have working parents. I think it's kind of expected that you might be out the week before Christmas, but I think going back that late in January might be a little difficult. And then also for our families who have the split households with possession, custody orders, with that, it's December 28th is the day that parents flip-flop, and I think last year the primary guardian kind of got a few less days, and if we switch this year to a later January start, we're again giving that primary guardian less days. So I have heard from several community members that whichever one we do, we need to stick with, because then over a 2-year period, it will even out more evenly for the two parents of who has custody over the holidays.
I've talked to several parents about that as well, and it gets tricky when our the way the Christmas falls, and as the Christmas falls farther into the week. So this year it's on a Monday, and so it's just it's every 7 years you have to shift it, and so it's tricky.
Thank you. Any further comment? See no further comment, I'll call for a motion.
Mr. President,
Mr. Bowen?
I move that we accept the recommendation of the superintendent to approve calendar draft A for the 2023-2024 academic calendar selection as shared with the DEIC, and approve elementary summer school instructional dates for summer 2023 occurring June 6th to June 27th, 2023.
Thank you for that motion, Mr. Bullen. Do I have a second?
I second that motion.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Seeing no further comment, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, please raise your hand. And that motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Next, we'll move on to item C.
Ms. Benzai will share this information regarding the school board trustee elections.
Good evening. Tonight, we're asking the board to approve an order calling a school board election by plurality vote. I did leave a copy of the order on your desk. We found one change that I'll explain to you in a minute. So this order includes the following information: the election date, which is May 6th. It includes the offices that are on the ballot. So for this election, it will be District 2 single-member district and District 3 single-member district. It outlines the dates for early voting, which is April 24th to May 2nd. One thing I'd like to point out, Galveston County does not have early voting on Saturday and Sunday, whereas Harris County does. So that's a little bit of a difference between the two counties. It also outlines the election day and early voting polling locations, and you'll see there's a reference to the county's websites for that. The actual notice that comes out later will include those sites. They've not been finalized at this point in time. And then finally, it outlines where to send any applications for ballot by mail. So earlier today, we were doing one final review of the order, and we realized that we had not included the cutoff date for receiving ballot by mail applications in the order that's in the board packet. So you'll see in the order that you have in front of you, it has on the first page for the Harris County elections, the last day for the early voting clerk to receive applications for ballot to be voted by mail is April 25th, 2023. So we added that deadline into the order for Harris and for Galveston County. So that's the one modification we made to the document that you had in your board packet. And with that, I will be happy to answer any questions.
And I'll open it up for any questions. Seeing no questions, I'll call for a motion.
Mr. President,
Ms. Davis?
I recommend that we accept the recommendation of the superintendent to approve the contract for election services with Galveston County for the May 6, 2023 election.
We're on item C.
Wrong items. Oh, sorry. I don't have that verbiage in front of me.
Mr. President?
Mr. Bowen?
I move that we accept the recommendation of the superintendent to approve the order calling school board trustee election to be held on May 6, 2023.
Thank you for that motion, Mr. Bowen. Do I have a second?
I second.
I got Mr. Cottrell. So thanks for that second. If there's no further comment, I'll call for a vote.
I'll give a quick comment.
Mr. Bowen?
I'm very glad we're finally doing this. I appreciate the effort that it took for y'all to put all of the information together last year for moving toward the counties operating these elections. I think it took a lot of work to chase all of that information down, get with the election administrator in Harris County, the county clerk in Galveston County, and so I really appreciate what y'all have done to make this possible. So I think we're all going to see the benefits of this transition after this election season is over. So I'm excited about this, and I'm glad we're at long last making this change.
Thank you for that comment, Mr. Bowen. Anyone else? See no further comment, I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And that motion passes unanimously. Next, Ms. Benzai will move to D.
Okay, so at the October Board of Trustees meeting, the board voted to pursue contracts for the May 2023 election with Galveston County for District 2 and Harris County for District 2 and District 3. The Galveston County contract is brought to you tonight for your approval. This contract outlines early voting dates and hours and election day hours. It also outlines the services that the county will provide to the district, as well as the areas that the district will be responsible for, including timelines. The fees are outlined within the contract. This includes fees for equipment, election staffing costs, and handling the ballot by mail processing services. I've placed an estimate of $30,000 on the board agenda document. However, this is really just an estimate, and speaking with the Galveston County Chief Deputy regarding the fee, she did outline many of the factors that go into the final fee, include just the purchase that they've made of new paper equipment that they'll be using at the elections, the number of locations, which has not been finalized yet, and then of course, the number of entities contracting. So they'll have a good idea of the number of entities contracting with them for this election at the end of this month. So once she finalizes all of that data, we'll have a better estimate. So I will send that estimate out once I receive that from them. We do anticipate bringing the Harris County contract to the board in March at the March workshop. It is not available at this point. So I'll be happy to answer any questions about the Galveston County contract.
Mr. President. Ms. Benzai, and I think you touched on this earlier. I just want to make sure. So for position 2 on the ballot, because of the district being split between Galveston and Harris, Harris County voters would have the ability to vote on a Saturday and Sunday, but under Galveston County's contract or what they're proposing, that's not going to be an option. Is that right?
Right. They normally do not hold early voting on Saturday and Sunday in the county, Galveston County.
It'll just be more opportunity to communicate clarity around voters and where they can go to vote and what days. I think it'll just be another layer that may be a little confusing, given what has been consistent otherwise, I think, in the past across Harris and Galveston. So there'll be a little difference there.
Right. And we will, once we get all of this finalized, we'll talk about the different methods we'll use for communicating to our voters to make sure that they're aware of the changes.
Thank you.
And I know there's a meeting, I think, coming up for Galveston County either this week or next week. Possibly, I could be mistaken, but when will we have a better handle of what the cost is actually going to be? Is that going to be probably right around where Harris, around March, or?
I don't think so. I think we'll know earlier. They need to know, they want all of their entities to approve their contracts before the end of January. So
Okay.
she'll have an idea of how many entities are contracting with Galveston County by the end of this month. And then they can start preparing estimates.
Okay. Mr. Cottrell?
Yeah, just a quick question. You mentioned paper ballots. Are they using the same equipment we purchased?
Yes,
years
they
ago?
do.
Have we discussed with them renting or needing any of our equipment? Or
I don't believe we can lease out our equipment. The HART will not allow us to.
can they
So,
buy
and
it?
they have adequate equipment
Yeah.
they have adequate equipment for this election at the county, as far as I know.
All right. Any further question or comment?
Mr. President, I make a
Ms.
motion to accept the superintendent's recommendation. The Board of Trustees approve the contract for the election services with Galveston County for the May 6, 2023 trustee election for an estimated contract value of $30,000.
Thank you for that motion, Ms. Cheka. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Mr. Larson. If there's no further comment, I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And that carries unanimously. Next, we'll move on to item E. I'm assuming Mr. Miller.
Yes, that would be
Alex,
Mr.
welcome
Miller.
back.
Mr. Aragon is back with him. Thank you.
Good evening. As you may recall, back in October, you guys approved a capital request for critical infrastructure replacements at Clear Springs, League City, and Space Center Intermediate, primarily to do with HVAC replacements. And Alex, I'm going to let him kind of go over where we've gone from there. I do know we opened proposals back in December, so he can take it from there.
So we opened proposals on December 15th. We had three general contractors that submitted proposals, and the best value proposer was Division I Construction, but they were over budget by $1,120,460. One of the main reasons for the over budget is the delays in chillers that we're seeing now. When we've been doing chillers in the past, we anticipated 90 days to 120 days for chillers to arrive from the time that we set the order, which would be the next day after a board meeting. Now we're seeing over 1 year for chillers to come. So basically, this contract has extended to two years, basically till 2024, which is making us have to rent chillers to keep the schools going. Even in summertime, a high school is always very busy, so we did not want to have to shut down high school because they have, facility rentals and athletics and admin. So we're going to be doing the central plant during this summertime and bring in temporary chillers so that we can run temporary chillers until the new chillers arrive in 2024. The other condition is we asked for an alternate to include a second chiller for Space Center and League City Intermediates. Our original assessment, we had both chillers included, but the alternate proposal included a second chiller. Came in actually a lot less than we anticipated. So combined total for the two chillers was $555,000. Based on that fact, we needed to do both at these schools because they're both original to the school and they're both about 4 or 5 years past their life cycle age. If we were to wait, we would be running into possible increase in inflation and other factors, plus the fact that we would have installed new equipment and would have had to come in later on and kind of take some of it out to put the new chillers in. So we're recommending that at this time, we do both chillers at both schools for Space Center and League City Intermediate for a total of $555,000.
So as you might recall, we had originally had the assessment that we presented in August of 22 that did include both chillers at both campuses as being past life cycle. We recalculated, went back and really zoomed in on what we thought would be critical things that would likely to fail over the next 18 months back in September. One of the bigger issues is that we can run a school with one chiller, but there is no backup chiller. If it goes down, the school's down. So as we revisited that and really looked at what the cost that had come in, it really made more sense to go ahead and include those now, especially considering the value that we're getting for just the additional incremental cost of the additional chiller, as opposed to the full cost of a contractor later. So I think it's the best call to do that now. So if you don't include the $550,000, we're about $600,000 over budget from what we had estimated just last year. So we are seeing continuing inflation. It is starting to cool a little bit from what I'm hearing, but From when we did the estimate to in December, we did see some increased costs. So we are asking for bonds 2017 savings and interest in the amount of $1,120,460 to allow us to complete that project.
I'll open it up to any questions. Mr. Bowen?
Yes, and so I'm kind of trying to jog my memory from last year when we originally considered this project. And again, I don't object to the underlying spending. I know this has to be done. I know over budget conditions happen, and I think the alternatives y'all are choosing are well considered. So that's not the part that that I'm questioning. But again, these and correct me if I'm wrong, but these chillers were considered by the committee for the 2017 bond proposal, but ultimately were not included because they were not priority one items. Is that right?
That is accurate. It was included in the assessment, but was a priority two.
Right. And so when we went to the community with a list of projects that we wanted to use the $487 million that we were asking for, this was not included as one of them. It was considered by the committee, but ultimately they chose not to include it, right?
That is accurate.
So because of that, I voted against using bond 2017 money to pay for the original project, and so I'm planning to stick with that for this one. I just think capital and contingency reserve would be a better way to pay for this, because ultimately bond 2017, and I know other board members disagree with me on this, but money from bond 2017 should be used for projects that were in the proposal for bond 2017. Now, when I know that we're considering new bond proposals in the near future, and so maybe there could be a better way of doing that, so that we leave ourselves the flexibility to take on priority two items once all of the priority one items are taken care of. I mean, I could imagine a system where we have a priority one list and a priority two list, and we assume when we're trying to come up with a total for the entire bond proposal that we do 90% of priority one and 25% of priority two. And then if there's money left over at the end, we could take on more. So, I mean, that's something a bond committee could decide, but it's not what the 2017 committee did. And so I think we have to stick with what we told the community when they voted for it, and only spend the money on what they authorized. And so that's my position, and I know others disagree with me, but that will decide my vote on this item.
Mr. President,
Ms. Checkham?
kind of following and kind of explaining a little bit more, can you go over the advantages or disadvantages of what Trustee Bowen is proposing using instead of the bond money for if we pulled it out of the capital?
Well, so capital generally is available for budget deficits and transfers back to the general fund in the event we need to transfer those funds back. They also cover a lot of our emergency replacements whenever we have a hurricane, but can be used for capital also, and historically has been. Considering some of the projections that we're seeing, we're hesitant to capture those funds. I think from our perspective, the 2017 bond program did include priority repairs and replacements, and this would fall within that. But it is correct that the way that the Facility Advisory Committee evaluated that would be similar to what we would do in a future bond program, where we're really laying down when we think that we estimate that those are going to fail. They oftentimes fail sooner than we had anticipated. So generally, that's what we would utilize those savings for, to get that work done, to ensure we could keep the buildings operational.
And I think too, Ms. Benzine might be able to just address the amount that we've had to dip into savings, or to dip into that already this
So
fiscal year.
our capital and contingency fund, that fund was created by transferring over the years several million, over 100 million, I think, over several years of unused, budget surpluses in the general fund. And so Mr. Miller's correct. We've used that over the years for emergencies and different projects. This past year the fiscal year that just ended, we actually brought back $9.4 million from the capital and contingency to cover the deficit that we had in the general fund. And we anticipate doing that again this year. So we're going in the opposite direction than we've gone in all these other years. We're actually using the money, bringing it back to support the general fund. So I'm very protective of those funds because it does help out in these instances where we're bringing it back to the general fund to cover. And the funds and the bond funds that are available, they've come from interest earnings on the bond funds over time, as well as just savings that they've had on various projects that were originally funded out of Bonds 2017.
Do you have a copy of the wording, like how Trustee Bowen is saying that was not included in the bond from 2017?
Ultimately, the wording is very broad on the actual ballot language that would restrict one way or the other. The information provided as part of the Facility Advisory Committee was detailed, similar to what we do with our current assessment. Ultimately, the committee recommended priority 1 items and the major projects. The bond program ballot language is for construction, repair, and rehabilitation of district facilities, which this fits into that. But I think to Scott's point, it's about the prioritization and whether or not the committee incorporated those in. Ultimately, the priority repair and replacement was part of the bond program at every campus, excluding Victory Lakes Intermediate. So from our perspective, that allows it to be completed as part of this savings and interest.
Mr. Sanchez.
Mr. Miller, the practice of the district from past bonds with any bond savings or any of the interest, I think, that's been earned, our practice has been to go back to the list if there are things that fall within the overall assessment that's been made, so that if we needed to, we could use those funds to help offset that cost?
It has. 2013 was actually well over budget because of inflation at the time, so that program didn't have it. But looking back at 07 and 2004, any savings were expended on priority repairs and replacement projects as they came up.
Thank you.
And I guess my question is for Ms. Benzai. What does that look like if we dipped into capital funds? Terms of rating, things of that nature, how much, cash the district has to keep on hand, et cetera? And I know I'm asking you to
Mr. Miller
pull
might
from
have the actual
memory.
report right
The
in front
balance
of him,
as of
so-
December 31st was $50,650,000. And that is, I believe, after the 9.4 million, but not considering the current transfer.
So that would bring it down to closer to
below
40 million.
Mhm.
Okay. Okay. Any additional questions or comment?
Mr. President,
Ms. Davis?
I understand Mr. Bowen's concern about presenting to our residents, our taxpayers, what is going to be done with the money that was voted on into the bonds and then switching it over to something else. With what's been going on in our financial market the last year, my concern is our debt structure. I think we have well over $1 billion in bond debt, and that doesn't include interest. Would you?
That's accurate. It's,
And
I
that
think,
with-
I don't know, well over, I mean, I'm not sure what that means.
Well,
It is over $1 billion.
Yeah, and with interest, it's probably closer to $1.5 billion or $1.6 billion, I think is what I was told. So that's a major concern for me. With what we saw in the demographics presentation that we got, our enrollment is not going to increase. Looking into 2032, we're probably going to be about 40,800 students from here into 2032. So this increasing debt is going to be an additional burden on our taxpayers. With the price of housing and the taxes going up, I'm concerned about, and I've been concerned for a long time about our homeowners being priced out of their homes, not being able to afford to live in them because of the taxes that they have to pay. I know in previous years, I had seen where the district had made additional payments toward the bond debt. Can you comment on that at all? Were there additional payments made on bond debt?
There was, and I don't have the exact numbers, but there was a time not too long ago where we actually took excess reserves that we had in our debt service fund and utilized those to defease some of the debt, so to pay off debt early.
What would be the parameters that would bring you to do something like that?
Well, we looked at it this year too when we approved the budget for the debt service fund. One of our options, you could defease the debt if you had extra reserves in there, or you can bring down the tax rate. So that's one thing that the Board of Trustees opted to do on the debt service side, was to reduce that the tax rate. I believe it was by 2 pennies this past year. So it's kind of two ways to do that. So we are bringing down the reserves in there, but doing it through a lower tax rate.
And I know that, to use these bond savings or interest earnings, to me, if a payment were made towards our bond debt, I think it would show good faith on our part to be cognizant of the amount of debt that the school board or the CCISD is carrying. I'm absolutely torn on this. I know that these things need to be done. That's not in question at all. What's in question is whether it should come from our general operating fund or if it should come from bond savings. So I definitely have a conflict about whether or not to vote for or against this particular item. Thank you.
And I just want to say that when we can, we do. I think, though, what I'm hearing from you is if we're down to one chiller, if anything should happen, I'm assuming we would probably on a April day have to cancel school if the next chiller goes out.
That's correct. I mean, ultimately, if you only do the one, but both chillers are the same age at these two schools, at League City and Space Center.
Correct.
I think ultimately when we presented that critical infrastructure, the total that we estimated for all of the critical infrastructure that we're the most concerned about failing within the 18 months is about 75 million. So these are only components of that overall list. So that's kind of feeding into the continuation of the process where we still need to identify how we're going to fund those necessary improvements going forward. So,
correct, Mr. Bone.
Mr. President, I'm going to make a motion, and I'm going to use the format of the motion that is in item G. Okay, so in item G. There's a recommendation to use capital projects funds for the repair of freeze damaged facilities, and that is coming out of capital and contingency. So the motion I'm going to make is to do the exact same thing here. So I move that we approve the use of capital projects funds from the capital and contingency fund of $1,120,460 for critical infrastructure projects.
And I guess my question is, what does that look like where we currently stand?
Well, Mr. President, I think the motion needs a second first, and I'll provide that second so that we can enter debate.
Thank you for that
So
second, Mr. Larson.
You're talking about in terms of the capital, the balance in the capital plan?
Correct.
So
If,
currently, as of December 31st, which we're usually about a month behind, the balance available in capital and contingency was $50,650,198. So that would bring that down to 49.5 million. After this request, minus that additional 300,000 for the freeze damage later. So you'd be getting closer down to 49 million if my head math is right.
and do we anticipate any other major expenditures? Looking at what?
Other than the general fund, the current 2023 projected deficit of 10?
About 9.2 million.
So that would,
The number he gave you is before we're going to pull out the 1.2, so it'll bring it down to
40.
yeah, and we don't have any reserves for future deficits. So that would be a deduction from the 49.5 million. That would bring us down to right at 40 million as of the end of this current year.
Right, and then there's also the 300,000 later on in the agenda.
Yeah, that's right. So I think that would, all combined, I think we'd be down at about 49 million at the end.
And I'd like to ask Ms. Benzi if I could, just to give us a picture of not just this coming year, but then now this is just projection,
Right,
but we have
right.
been dealing with a lot of projected, income in the future. Can you give us the capital and contingency projections?
Well, and just looking at the general fund, so we talked about the deficit that we approved this year with the incoming transfer from the capital. So we had last year's 9.4 transfer, this year's projected 9.2. We're in a legislative year, so there's a lot of unknowns, but just looking under current law at our revenue and expenditures for 23-24, we're looking at a $15.5 million deficit. So we've, like I said, we have been, for the first time, actually pulled money back from capital and contingency to support our general fund, so that our general fund, the board has a goal of 2 months of operating expenses within our general fund balance. So, I'm protective of that, and there's so many unknowns that there's going to be other projects that are going to come before you. The bonds have all been sold for this bond issue, so the debt is what it is. So we cannot take any excess bond and savings and use it to pay down the debt. It's a separate pot of money. So we can take interest, debt service funds and pay down the debt, but we cannot use the money that's sitting there in bonds 2017 to move over and pay debt. So I think my take is just that we're trying to protect that capital and contingency because of the potential large deficits we may have. Although I will say we're in a legislative year, so there's a lot of things up in the air that we just don't have the answers to at this time.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Benzi, for that explanation. Mr. Bone?
So the way I look at this is we're very fortunate in Bond 2017. If we think all the way back to a time when I think only Jay was on the board at that time. I think Arturo was elected during that bond election. But thinking all the way back to what we originally thought might happen in that bond, we thought there would be a major tax increase. We thought interest rates would stay high. And instead, interest rates came down. And they came down so much that we were able to refinance and refinance and refinance and get much better terms on that $1 billion of debt that we had built up than I think anyone anywhere in the world gets on just about anything. I mean, I wish I had the interest rates we have now on my mortgage, And so that put us in a good position. It put us in the position to cut taxes and to really put out to our community that we were being fiscally responsible. And I think it took a lot of work to get to that point. What we're facing now is we're looking at going into another round of bond debt. And when we do that, we'll be in an interest rate environment that is much, much worse than what we've enjoyed over the past several years. And that'll get very expensive very quickly. And so this money that is in Bonds 2017 is going to be used. It's just going to be used on things that were anticipated in the Bonds 2017 proposal. For me, this isn't a question of whether the money's used or not. It's whether we're doing what we said we're going to do and what kind of credibility we have going into another bond election. Because when we go into another bond election, we're going to put out another project list. It'll be broken down by school, just like this one was. And then we are going to have to say with a straight face, this is what we're going to spend the money on. We're not asking for more money than we need so that we'll have a little bit left over at the end that we can spend on whatever comes up. I think, and if that means we need to revisit our process and rethink how we prioritize and how we communicate our priorities, then maybe that's something that needs to happen so that we can be transparent from the very start. The example I always like to give on this is in the 2017 bond proposal, we set aside, or we anticipated $8.1 million for security. And that was in 2017. And then we all know what happened in 2018 in Santa Fe. And reevaluating our security situation, we ended up spending about $28 million on security. And that was the right thing to do. It needed to happen. We were over budget, but all we promised in the 2017 bond, if you look at the proposal on page 104, is security, surveillance, and intrusion detection. And that's what was built. It went over budget, but that was a need that was filled. And it was filled consistent with the original proposal. So this $13 million that we have in Bond 2017 is going to be spent, and it can be spent on district-wide needs. It can be spent on some of these needs that recur in these schools, but we have to limit ourselves to what that proposal originally was. And next time around, we should communicate a proposal to the community that maybe doesn't limit us quite as much. And just be honest from the very beginning that our list of projects is more extensive than the amount of money we're asking for, and we're going to use the money we ask for to take care of as much as we possibly can from those lists. And so to me, this is about transparency. This is about doing what we said we were going to do. And ultimately, these projects will be paid for. I just think we should pay for them from the Capital and Contingency Fund. And so so I urge a yes vote on this motion. And however this ends up being funded, I will vote in favor of the contract. But I think this is a more honest and transparent way of funding it. So that's all I have to say.
Yeah, I'd like to speak on this, and I'd like to take a little different perspective. I'm trying to look at this through the eyes of a typical taxpayer. And the first thing I would say is we're being as transparent as we can be by discussing this at this meeting in front of the cameras for the taxpayers' benefit. So if anyone's out there who really cares and is listening, they know we have a problem, a $1.2 million problem that we need to fix. And the only question is, what pot of money are we going to use to fix it? Now, from a taxpayer perspective, you can either take it out of a pot of money that you told me back in 2017 we were going to use for this list of projects, and if I really looked close at the ballot language, I would see that it could really be used for those projects or for a lot of other different things legally. Okay, so that it could come out of that pot of money, or it could come out of a different pot of money where we're currently looking at a $9 million deficit, and next year we're looking at a $15 million deficit. And that's where, as a taxpayer, I get a little concerned. I would want you to fix that $9 to $15 billion deficit problem. Now, where we all are kind of up in the air, I would agree with you, is the legislature. The legislature created this deficit. We tightened our belt. We did what we needed to do. And the legislature failed us. The legislature cut our funding by those amounts. Maybe they're going to fix it. We asked the legislature to fix this year. looking over the list of bills that have been submitted so far, I don't see it. So, until the legislature can come through and show some good intentions and show that they're not going to be unfair to schools like us in the middle who aren't very rich and who aren't very poor, until the legislature can come through, I gotta be very concerned about that ongoing M&O deficit. And for that reason, I am inclined to vote against this, even though I know I seconded it so we can talk about it. But from a taxpayer perspective, I don't want the school to keep going deeper and deeper and deeper into deficit. I would rather, the transparency is here tonight. I would rather listen to this board tell me, oh, wow, we have this very unexpected problem that we didn't anticipate back in 2017, and we're going to spend a little bit of that money on it. It's needed money to keep the schools open. As a taxpayer, I could accept that. I wouldn't be happy about it. As a board member, I'm not happy about spending this money on that. But I would rather do that than deal with this other pot of money where I can't make ends meet now, and doing this and taking the money out of that pot of money would only make that situation worse. So that's why I'm inclined to vote a little differently.
Ms. Benzai, what's the penalty for not having 2 months operating capital? What does that affect?
Well, that's board policy. And so if the capital and contingency fund is separate, so it won't, if you use those funds, it's not going to have an impact on our general fund balance. I'm not sure exactly if there would be any penalty with going below that, but we have that for a reason, because certain times during the year, especially before tax collection season, that's when we need the cash in our reserves to pay for our expenses. And so January 31st comes, it's tax deadline, we're getting those cash funds back into us and building that up again. So it's really the reason we have that, is to cover, the 2 months of operating expenses. I don't know that there's, besides the fact that it's a board policy, our underwriters and our bond issuers, during times when we're trying to sell bonds, that is something they do look closely at, is what are our reserves. So 2 months operating expenditures is good. It's satisfied the bond issuers to date. But if we go below that, that's definitely something that could potentially affect our bond ratings if we were to in the future.
Oh, may I ask? Yeah.
I was just going to ask really quickly, just to clarify for everybody, the general fund balance where we maintain 2 months of operating expenses, that is separate from the capital and contingency reserve. So there's about 60 million, give or take, in the general fund at any given time. And then the capital and contingency fund is above and beyond that.
Correct.
They're two
That's
different
correct.
accounts.
Yes. And the board policy relates to the general fund balance, not to capital and contingency.
I guess I was just going to ask, so it's 9 million this year, 15 next. What would the next year after that look like?
The next year after that,
assuming no change from the
it gets
legislature.
worse because we're bringing back ESSER funds that we're using. So those expenditures start returning. So it's, I don't have the number in front of me, but I almost don't even like to, there's so many unknowns when pulling that number together, but it is higher than the deficit. It goes up after that, after the 15 million. So
I was about to say the number I remember from the last time I looked at it was 25. It doesn't take too many years at 25 to eat up 50 or even 60.
Yes. And all of that is under the current law, that we know there will be an increase in the basic allotment, I'm sure, but we don't know how much that is.
Yeah.
So it's just a lot of unknowns for the next few months.
Okay.
So we've been debating back and forth. Mr. Bowen, you want to read that motion again?
Yes. So the language of the motion is, I move to approve the use of capital projects funds from the capital and contingency fund of $1,120,460 for critical infrastructure projects. So it's the same motion language, it just adds in from the capital and contingency fund.
And I know we had a second from Mr. Larson, so we'll go ahead and vote on this first. All in favor of the motion presented, please raise your hand. And all opposed? So that did not pass 2-5. So we'll go back to the original motion of E. And I'll ask for a motion.
Mr. President,
Mr. Cottrell?
I'd like to recommend that we approve the superintendent's recommendation to approve the use of capital project funds of $1,120,460 for critical infrastructure projects.
Thank you for that motion, Mr. Cottrell. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Ms. Checa. And any further comment? Seeing no further comment, I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And all opposed? And that motion carries 5-2. Thanks for hanging in there. We'll move on to item F.
So this is the approval of the contract to Division One for a total of $7,674,000 for the critical infrastructure project.
That does include the additional alternate for the 2 additional chillers at the recipient space.
And just a quick question. I know we talked about coming in over, is there a projected, and I should know this, although this isn't my wheelhouse because I'm in more residential, but I know at the start of the year, there was about a 30-40% increase in residential equipment. Are you guys seeing that on the commercial side?
Some at that level, and depending on what you're ordering and the specialty of that and where it's coming from can affect that further.
Okay.
Not everything is coming in at that same level.
Right.
But some of those higher end equipment items that we're required to purchase to meet code definitely fit in that range.
Okay.
And we're seeing more lead time issues with the bigger units.
Right.
That's really what's being impactful for us.
Because I know there was a code change.
And
So
ultimately, that recommended best value is also the best price that we received out of the three bidders.
okay. Any further comment? Mr. Sanchez?
Mr. President, I move that we accept the superintendent's recommendation to approve the construction contract 2023.400 to Division One Construction in the amount of $7,674,000 for critical infrastructure replacements at Clear Springs High School, Space Center Intermediate, and League City Intermediate.
Thank you for that motion, Mr. Sanchez. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Cottrell. Any further comment? Seeing no further comment, I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And that motion carries unanimously. And next, item G.
And this will be a request to use capital and contingency reserve funds of $300,000 to replace damaged coils from the past freeze that we had in December of 2022. There are reported by maintenance. There are 10 total coils that cracked and are now leaking. And it's two at Clear Falls, two at Clear Creek High School, one at Clear Springs, one at Clear Lakes High School, two at Clear Lake Intermediate, one at Victory Lakes, and one at Hyde Elementary School. The maintenance team, prior to the freeze, did a fantastic job preparing the campuses for the anticipated, based on the prior freeze that we had. The last freeze, we lost about 30 coils compared to now 10. They've spent, I guess, a week prior to the freeze, they spent a lot of time going to the campuses and making sure that the campuses were ready. But with that many units and it being based on actuators and dampers, there's going to be a percentage of units that the dampers are not going to close properly, and that's what happened in this case. But it was a big reduction from the last freeze that we had.
They also spent a lot of time over the winter break, just going out to campuses every day, monitoring as we went several days of the below freezing. Based on those efforts, they really prevented any further water damage. There was only a few minor little hiccups that we had. So we're really, really thankful to them for keeping this down. Ultimately, the $300,000 is below our deductible for insurance. So that's why we're asking it to be funded out of Capital Institute per our typical process.
And I wanted to commend Mr. Hall and Mr. Pitts, because I know I spoke with Mr. Hall over vacation and realized the work that maintenance was doing. So I could appreciate that as I was really checking on him, so to speak, but he shared that what they were doing. So be sure to thank them as well.
Will do.
And I'll open it up for any questions or comment. I'll call for a motion.
Mr. President.
Mr. Sanchez.
Mr. President, I move that we accept the superintendent's recommendation to approve the use of capital projects funds of $300,000 for the repair of freeze damaged facilities.
Thank you for that motion, Mr. Sanchez. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I'm going to get Ms. Cheka. So thank you for that second, Ms. Cheka. If there's no further questions, I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And that passes unanimously. Thank you for those explanations, both to you guys, and Ms. Benzai, thank you as well for chiming in. We're going to pick up our community-based accountability report at our February 13th workshop so that we can move back into closed session and address that matter. So the board will move into closed session at 9:18 p.m. .28, and I called the board back from closed session. Do I have a motion?
You do. Mr. President, I move that the Board of Trustees uphold Dr. Engel's expulsion recommendation.
Thank you for that motion, Mr. Larson. I have a second from Mr. Cottrell.
Second.
Is there any further comment? Seeing no further comment before the board, I will call for a vote. All in favor? And 6 pass with 1 abstaining.
Abstention.
So that motion carries 601. And seeing no further business before the board, I will end the meeting at 10:28.
It's gonna be chill.
Jessica, do you have any extra cookies?